Today, we're definitely going to be logging in exclusively as that Cogito Tools administrator. So don't use my ID exactly. Yours will be similar, but importantly different. But log in as them, same user we were using for most of class yesterday as well. That's the user ID. And password for everybody is train, all lowercase. So you can click through the prompts there. And it keeps opening up on my other monitor, but there we go. Good old Cogito Analytics usage and monitoring dashboard. Even though we don't really train this dashboard in any classes that I know of, I feel like I'm becoming very familiar with it because we always log in as this user and this is the first thing they see. So fun example of yet another radar dashboard for you. Don't want to leave anybody in the dust here. So when you are also looking at the Cogito Analytics usage and monitoring dashboard, you've logged in as your Cogito Tools admin, raise your hand. Or some folks say it's a high five. So you can give me a high five, indicate in some way in the participants panel that you've got in there. And as always, if you're having troubles getting anything opened, let us know. I know it can take a few moments to get this stuff started. And as folks are settling in there, it looks like about 3/4 of us have already opened it up. One of the new topics we're going to cover today are metrics. And you can actually see on this first dashboard some examples of those Cogito metrics. So we're looking at percentage of users that have slicer dicer security, reporting workbench users who can modify public reports, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to be talking about these kind of things, how you get a display like this in Radar, what these numbers mean, where they come from, all the build in the background. That'll be one of our first things we cover today. I think we actually have a little bit left to say about slicer dicer, but that'll be pretty quick, and then we'll dive into some metric stuff. Again, raise your hand once you get to the same screen that I'm on. I've got 33, it jumped around a little bit, 33 hands now out of the 45 folks in the room. So we're looking pretty good. If anything weird happens, obviously let us know. All right, looking pretty good. As folks are wrapping that up, I'll go ahead and open our agenda. I guess slightly misleading here because technically we do have a little tiny bit to do here in the slicer dicer lesson. There's just one little piece we didn't get to yesterday that we'll start out with today. But then most of our time today is going to be spent thinking about, like I said, dashboard metrics. So what is a metric? When are they useful? What kind of reporting use cases are they suited for? What's the build look like? How do you actually create them, put them on a dashboard? That'll be our first topic. And then we'll move on into reporting workbench, talk a little bit about how you create a report. We saw some of these earlier in class, but we'll get much more into them today. Let's see. All right, Sri, you're asking who we're logging in as. We were logging in as the Cogito Tools administrator all day today, and I think the only other time we might log in as someone else would be in these security lessons on Friday. So basically, if we don't say anything, you can assume Cogito Tools admin. Mario, I see you saying that your login isn't working. I guess maybe double check the password. It should just be trained with all lowercase. Otherwise, your pre-class email is pretty much the source of truth here. As long as you put in their ID correctly and type in the password, you should be good. But definitely stay in touch. Let us know if something specific's coming up, some weird error message. We can help out. All right, so still sitting around 30, no, we're 36 hands up there. So if there is anything we can help with, let us know. But it looks like folks are slowly getting logged into hyperspace. Oh yeah, we're jumping up to almost 40 now. Cool. So let's start out here. Actually, again, by going back a little bit, back to clean up a tiny little topic from Slicer Dicer. And maybe it's worthwhile before we introduce anything new in that context. Let's just kind of review a little bit how we work with Slicer Dicer. So I'm looking at the chat panel here. You tell me, I want to open up Slicer Dicer. I actually want to do a little Slicer Dicer session with some patient data. What do I do? I'm here. I'm in hyperspace. What's the next step? You tell me. You can be my hands on the keyboard and the mouse. What do I do now? And Margaret and Randy are saying what I was thinking of here. They're saying chart search for slicer dicer. I can do. So control space, that's the keyboard shortcut to get your cursor up there. Slice. How few letters can I type? SLI? SL? S? No, too much. SL will get you there, though. That's amazing. At least for this user. And voila, slicer dicer pops up. Here's all those data models, the FDM records that Rebecca talked about yesterday. And I wanted some patient data. So I'm going to click on just regular old patients. And it's going to force me to go through this tutorial. I didn't go through it yesterday, so. Oh, no, we're good. So I'm in here, and let's see. I want to follow the scenario here. Technically, this is on page 326 if you want to follow along, but I think watching is completely fine here. I've got the patient's data model. It says we're interested in patients with a diagnosis of chronic pain. So I'm going to search for just diagnosis. Spelling it correctly does tend to give better results. There we go. Diagnosis and chronic pain. Chronic pain. Good. Somebody was asking yesterday, I forget who it was, asking about how we can specify diagnoses. So here you've got some options here in this mode. But in any case, we got chronic pain in there. And that's all fine. And then the new thing that I want to show you here is the idea that you can take this population that we have right now, this 181 patients that we have in our system with chronic pain, and you can sort of take that group, that set, and kind of move it over into another slicer dicer data model, another FDM record. In this case, we want to link it to opioid outpatient prescriptions. So we're looking at these patients that have chronic pain. We want to see what medications have they been prescribed. And I think, quickest way to do this here, I'm just going to right click on the chart, and on the bar rather. And the third option there says link from chronic pain. So, okay, link from that. It's like, all right, well, what do you want to link to? We get some options here. These, again, are FDM records. So I'm going to link to what it told me to, the opioid outpatient prescriptions. Like many of our demos, the specifics of the data we're looking at aren't really the important thing. The important thing is just doing the linking, and it dropped to 0. I wonder if I messed up. Oh, yes, I was supposed to do the exact opposite, not patients with chronic pain, patients without chronic pain. So I'll go up here and click that little cogwheel and make it exclusive. Yeah, a few more patients there. Then I'm going to do the same thing. Right click, link from that slice. And opioid outpatient prescriptions. There we go. So we're looking at patients who do not have a diagnosis of chronic pain. We want to see, have they been prescribed opioid medications? And indeed seems like it is. I'm going to modify some of the dates here, push it back a little bit because our training data is not always quite as fresh as it could be. So I'm going to go back to the start of 2018. And just to make this interesting, looks like I found 293 of them. I'm going to add a slice here by the authorizing provider. So apparently we've got folks that are getting these opioid prescriptions, but they do not have a diagnosis of chronic pain. Let's see who authorized these orders. And here we go. Nice little breakdown there. Like a generic surgery physician, number 1, Dougie Doxson, number 3, and then trailing off from there. And let's see. Well, the demo does continue to go on and say, oh, well, let's slice this again, change the visual options. The main goal being, though, to show you that even now that I've done this linking, I can see up here in my population. So you started out with patients, you went to opioid outpatient prescriptions. I'm not limited to just one jump like that. I could say, hey, Dougie Doxson, let's learn more about you. So I can right click and it says link from Dougie Doxson to, well, some other list there. And I guess, I don't know, we can link their patient specifically. So there we go. So main idea there is that, yes, indeed, for certain data models, you can link them to others. Basically take that subset of data that you built the first time and say, all right, well, let's dig into that a little bit further. And you notice there that, as I right click on these things and, select link, the options change, right? I don't always get all the same exact data models every time because, context definitely matters here. I think, oh yeah, that little eye icon will basically tell you that at the top. That is essentially all I've got to say. That scenario, like I said, was on page 326 and 327. That's the last little bit of Slicer Dicer we wanted to touch on. What questions do you have about this population linking? The idea of taking those subsets and kind of moving them around a little. If you got a question, I'm going to lower your hands from before. If you got a question, we're going to do the same thing we did yesterday. Raise your hand and then start typing something into Q&A. And maybe I'll open the floor more generally to just Slicer Dicer questions. I don't intend on going back to this in class today. I see at least one hand getting raised here. One hand went down, but another one went up. So still waiting. No worries there. See, Gail's asking, how do we switch to a detail table? That is visual options, and it's the last one. I think if you hover over them, it gives you names. Well, maybe not. Guess we just a little rely on the visual. But this last one here is the details. And here I could dig in and see, all right, who were these 72 patients that Dougie is prescribing opioids, but they do not have a diagnosis of chronic pain. So that last one there is the detail. Oh, there it is. I don't know why the tooltip didn't appear before, but yeah, if you hover over these, you get the detail table. Here's a really boring tree map. Ooh, giant pink rectangle with 72 written in it. I love it. All right. Looks like we're good. All right. Well, with that, like I said, we're kind of moving past Slicer Dicer now, forward quite a bit in the training companion. The next topic we're going to touch on is metrics, and I'll go ahead and bring mine up here. You can join me all the way over on page 611. It's 119 in the PDF. We're going to talk about what metrics are, how they appear to end users, how we build them, master files in the background, all that fun stuff. Oh, lingering question from Slicer Dicer here from Amelia. Amelia's asking, how can you get into Slicer Dicer and open a saved session without having to select a data model? You can't. So Slicer Dicer will always open up to this screen. You have to select something. If your goal is then to just open up an existing session, it literally doesn't matter what you select. So I can go in here and say AP claim actions. Why not? Then if I click this load button, I can load any session that I want to. I could go back here and say, here, exercise 3, explore a session was one we used yesterday. But you do have to select a card first. You have to pick one of those data models. Then you can click load and start working. All right. So metric stuff, again, page 611. This, at least the first part of this lesson, where we're kind of laying down the theory behind a metric and kind of the like the master files that are behind it. I haven't really settled on my favorite way for teaching this, because I know some folks are very interested whenever there are new master files that we're working with. It's important for them to see those master files right away. And the companion supplies that. So here we say, hey, metric definitions. We say the metric framework consists of records across several master files. Here are 5, and we give you short descriptions of them. So folks who like to see that right away, you've got it on page 611. I find that while that can be nice, until you kind of have a nice sense of really what this is, what this idea of a metric even is, and how end users interact with it, a lot of times getting lost in the master files can be too much. You really just don't have the context to really grapple with, why would we care about these individual things? So for those of you who do want to see the list of master files, there it is, top of 611. We will come back to those later. We're definitely going to have to learn about, what role these various master files play when we're building metrics. But for the very first part, the very first exercise we're going to do here, you don't really need to know that, because this first exercise is putting you in the shoes of an end user, just somebody who receives these dashboards and then does their job. And this one in particular, we're going to take you to a dashboard with a lot of metrics on it. So again, you can play around with it, see kind of the functionality that we'll ultimately learn how to create later in this lesson. So I'm going to give you a start on this. I'll do the first few steps for you and make sure you can get to the right dashboard. And then I'll let you go, give you time to work, give you time to explore. Again, when we come back, we'll dive more into the concepts and the theory and ultimately the build of these metric things. But first, let's just see what the heck they are. And like I pointed out, when we very first got into hyperspace, I'm going to close out a slicer dicer here. Very first thing we saw when we logged in, it's got some metrics on it. So I guess in some sense, we could have written this entire exercise around this one little component here because, well, it's metrics, but that's a little boring. And most of the things in this dashboard are not metrics right now. So let's open up the one it says to open up. So I'm going to click on the name of the dashboard and search for, I believe it's clinical metric trends. Might already be in your favorites down here. Mine is clinical metric trends, but if not, you can just search for it and find it that way. And this is literally step 3/4 of the exercise that you have there on page 611. Clinical metric trends, that's the one we want to open. So I'll click on the card. And there it is, a dashboard with many more metrics on it. This is going to be the framework that you'll use throughout the rest of this exercise. Essentially, we just kind of direct your attention to various parts of what's on the screen, have you click some buttons, see what it's like for an end user to interact with these things, hopefully to build up some context for what we'll dive into later in this lesson. With that, though, I will get out of your way, let you work. Like I said, exercise 1 starts on page 611. If you were following along with me, you are ready for step 5. I'll go ahead and bring up the slide for the exercise because it's got that nice reminder to raise your hand when you're done. So we're just investigating a metric dashboard. When you get all the way through it, which I think it ends on the top of page 612, so not a super long exercise. When you get there, raise your hand to let us know. Type in questions as they come to you, put them in the Q&A. And once I see a good number of those hands going up in the air, we'll come back together and debrief. Talk to you again soon. Seeing most folks raising a hand to let me know they're all done with that exercise. We'll take just another minute to wrap up your thoughts, and then we'll come back together and say a little bit more about metrics. All right, folks. Well, now you've had a chance, if you haven't before, to interact with metrics displayed on a dashboard. That exercise had you look at a few of the key features, things like being able to drill down. So clicking on a number and saying, well, I don't want to see CPOE for Q2 of 2021. I want to see the months in that quarter. Show me that data, and then can keep going. Go to the weeks in May in that quarter. And then we can go back if we want to there. You also saw how these fields up at the top can change what you're looking at. I believe we had you change to the EHS hospital location. See how all the numbers update. Obviously, in a training system, if you wander too far off of the kind of beaten path, you're quickly run into places where we just don't have data seeded. So looks like some of these admission and discharge metrics just don't have anything there. But the main idea was to just see that as a possibility, right? Not just the possibility to change things in terms of different time intervals, drilling in and zooming out, that kind of thing, but also just changing the context for potentially the entire dashboard all at once. I'm going to officially pause here. I did see a couple of just kind of small usability type questions come into Q&A, nothing super big picture, but I do want to see what questions you have about this end user experience of metrics on a dashboard, again, before we get into the nitty gritty of the master file. So I'm going to lower everybody's hands. If you have a question, raise your hand and then type something into Q&A for us. It can be a question directly from the exercise or anything you ran into there. Lori's asking, saying she drilled down on CPOE, so kind of like I did there, just click a couple of these things and go into more intricate time intervals. I guess we can go, all the way down to the day for some of this stuff. How do I get back to where I was? The fastest way is as you kind of navigate through that hierarchy, you'll see these little, they're kind of like chevrons here. You can click each one of them individually to go back to that level, or if you click the clock icon, it'll go right back to how it was. So you can always drill down and then drill back up if you need to. A couple more hands getting raised here, so I'll give you some time to type in those questions. Oh, Lori's saying she clicked on the link inside the info button. So it is filter graph for CPOE. And then you wanted to get back to how it was without the graph. I think maybe in the upper right. There we go. We can hide that graph again. So filter graph brings it up here, gives everything colors, and then upper right, hide the graph. We can go back to how it was. So we click the word CPOE. It didn't do anything for me. Was it in here? Nope. I do not have that as a link right now. If it does take you somewhere, though, it would be somewhere else, I guess. So I guess I'm not sure what advice to give there. Oh yeah, Subi's asking, not a silly question. What is the difference between a radar dashboard and a metrics dashboard? It's the difference between an automobile and a car. So all of this is a radar dashboard. Anything that's got any IDM record with components on it, that's a dashboard. We're calling this one a metrics dashboard because that's what it has on it. But fundamentally, they're still just dashboards with components on them. The build is a bit different, and we'll get into that in this lesson when we're building components like this. It feels a little different than those components we built yesterday, but again, metrics dashboard, just a specific instance of a radar dashboard in general. Let's see. So Jenny's saying she's viewing by revenue location. So I'll switch over there. EHS hospital. How come my quality measure discharge metrics box has dashes? Yeah, so a lot of these boxes are going to have these dashes in here. It just means there's no data for that interval for that metric because, again, this is a training system. So essentially all the data you see, at least in most of these metrics, has to be manually populated by us, the trainers. And, we do that in such a way that the exercises are interesting, but if you start drilling in too far or looking at different time intervals, different levels of aggregation, you might run into some missing stuff, but that's okay. Nothing wrong with what you did. Just we don't have that data. Let's see. Oh yeah, Lori's saying yeah. So I drilled down to revenue location first. Then you're right. Then I got the link for CPOE. Switching back to again, switching the view here. Now it's saying, well, I've got CPOE. Click on it. You want to see it for both of the, I'm guessing, departments inside this location. There they are. If you want to go back, same way with the time intervals. This time it's a clock and not a house and not a clock. So you can click on that and it'll go right back to how it was. Jenny's got a follow-up to her question. So she said, I didn't see any, I saw dashes here for heart failure, but then you clicked on heart failure itself and you saw data. So yes, this is changing the granularity, just like we did with CPOE there for Lori. Now we're saying, don't look at heart failure for this location per month. We don't have that data. Instead, show me heart failure for the departments in that location. Now, yeah, we did seed some data for that, but that's not the data that would ultimately appear on this higher level aggregation. That's just not present. But it is possible if you drill into probably a lot of these, yeah, you might see data at different levels of granularity. All right, looks good. And I think, we still have one hand raised. I don't think I've seen that question come in yet, so we'll linger here just a moment longer. Just to reiterate, the main purpose of that exercise was to just give you a chance to play around with this interface, because pretty soon we're going to be building this stuff, and it's a lot easier to learn how to build it if you've used it from an end user perspective. So right now, if you're like, okay, I get it, we're going to show them some numbers, they can slice and dice it by time intervals, by various kinds of grouping. Great. I think that's really the main takeaway from this exercise. See, Alvina's asking, what are the thresholds for the admission med rec row? Here they are. So you just hover over a number, you can see the red, yellow, and green thresholds there. So it looks like everything up to and including 80 would be red, 80 to 95 is yellow, and 95 and above is green. Okay, good deal. Oh, I still see one hand up there, so we'll pause for just another moment here. hand went away. All right, no worries there. So now we are at a point where we really do have to talk about some of those master files that I kind of told you to ignore, at the very least, just kind of gloss over at the beginning of that exercise here. We're going to get into the build of this stuff, so we need to know what all of these things do. And if you look on page 612, there's actually a giant block of text that is going to tell you essentially what I'm about to tell you. So you can use that as kind of ongoing reference. Because there's so many master files involved here, I've got a little analogy that helps me kind of keep track of what all these things are responsible for. So we're going to see this in a few different ways, but I like to begin with the analogy of, you're making a meal. Well, let's say, Thanksgiving coming up, you're planning a big Thanksgiving dinner. We're going to think about the build of that dinner in the context of some of these master files. So in this case, the IDM, that's not a new master file, right? That's dashboard. In this analogy with the meal, that's kind of like the entire meal, right? So I'll just say the entire meal. All the courses, dessert, the turkey, appetizers, everything, that's the dashboard. That's the role that it has, kind of everything ready to go. The IDB records, again, not a new master file. We've seen that before. Those are components. I tend to think of these as courses. So you have, your appetizer, you've got your main course, you've got dessert, however many you have. Those are the components, literally, of the meal, right? These are the pieces of that dashboard. Then we're drilling down even further. We're getting into some master files that we haven't talked about yet. You may have run across these in just the course of your job, but these are not things that we've touched on in this class already. We have the IDK. And admittedly, this is probably the one where the analogy to the meal is probably the loosest. I think of the IDK as the plating. So you're going to have a course. It's going to have, it's your main course. You've got like the turkey and the stuffing and all that stuff. The IDKs would say, all right, well, here's how I want you to kind of put that stuffing in the tray, make it look kind of nice, right? I want you to have the turkey sitting right here like this, and then, put this little like sprig of whatever kind of spice you would put on it, but put that right there. It looks good. And here's the plating for the dessert, right? I want the cake right here, then a couple of lines of chocolate. It's how you want to present that food that you created. And where did the food come from? It came from a recipe. That is what the IDNs, the role they play here. They tell you how to make the food that you will ultimately put on a plate and look nice, that you will ultimately send out during a course, that will ultimately be part of the entire meal. The IDNs are the recipes, and the CSFs way down here at the bottom, I think of these as the ingredients. So this is the stuff you bought at the store that you will then use the recipe to make, that you will then plate and put on a course and put on a meal. Those are kind of the 5 levels, 5 types of things that we're going to do as we're building these metric components. Now, obviously, we're not making a meal here. We got to put all this analogy back into the world of data. So in that case, maybe I'll expand this a little bit, give me some room to write. Maybe we'll go in the other way around. The CSFs way down at the bottom are raw ingredients. This is kind of like the just raw data. CSF files are generated automatically. You won't be building them. They're built by the system as needed. And they are literally the raw ingredients, the individual data points that ultimately feed into those colorful numbers that you see on the dashboard. The IDN record, the recipe, that's usually just referred to as the metric. Sometimes I see folks say the metric calculation. I feel like that's probably fine too. It tells you how do I take that raw data and turn it into CPOE, turn it into admission medrec, turn it into users with slicer dicer security. It holds the math. It tells the system how to bring all that together. The IDK, the plating, the presentation, that is really display settings. So yes, the metric does the math, but then, do you want me to display decimals? Should it be formatted as a percentage? What should the thresholds be? What's red and yellow and green? All of that doesn't really have anything to do directly with the calculation that the metric's doing. It's not part of the recipe. It's something on top of that. And one could imagine you could cook the same food, use the same recipe, and present it in a bunch of different ways. So you could have one IDN, one metric that's being displayed through multiple IDK records. Definitely common, definitely a possibility we'll see in class. Then, well, we get back into more familiar territory. The IDB, that's the components. And the IDM, that's the entire dashboard. So again, that analogy to making a meal, I think it helps me make sense of all of these levels and sort of conceptually what they're responsible for. In parentheses, we've got things more connected to real data, Kogito type stuff. Again, all of this stuff is also written out in more detail back there in the companion. I want to pause here, though. We obviously have more to say about building metrics and what our responsibilities are in the context of all these master files. But since we have the concept laid out, I want to pause here. What questions do you have about the similarities, differences between these 5 master files, or just individually what each one of them is responsible for, at least conceptually? If you got a question, raise your hand and type something into Q&A. I already see one going up there. And Kayvon, glad you enjoyed that analogy. I definitely needed an analogy here. 5 master files are kind of too many for me to just keep in my mind at once. So hopefully that little story can help you remember them. Ultimately, though, if you work with these a lot, you'll get to the point where you don't need any analogies anymore. You'll just throw out master file INIs like it's nothing. But hopefully that gets it at least started in your mind. Oh, yeah. Brett's asking, is the IDK record, is that called a resource? Yeah, I'm going to put that up here. I'll say it does control display. I'll say called a resource or a metric resource sometimes. Look, might be technically a little redundant, but yep, you see resources, we're referring to IDKs. Okay. Don't see any other raised hands. That's good. Again, this isn't the last time we're going to see this. So if you're looking at this list, you're like, okay, I need some more context. I need some more practice. That's coming. No worries there. Feel free to grab a screenshot of all this if you want it. I'm going to head back into the companion and kind of get closer to the build. We still have a little bit more to say. We'll get closer to that actual build. Maybe actually I'm going to head back into the slides, actually. So that last little discussion was very dry listing of master files. Let's see some pictures here. So IDBs, the components, they'll look something like this. This is one you looked at in that last exercise. Maybe here's a good review. What kind of record are the rows in this component? The component's definitely IDB. Nothing on my sleeve there. It's definitely IDB. What are the individual rows? Think back to that analogy. What do you think they would be? In a certain sense, you really can't get this wrong. Maybe that's too much of a hint. Yeah, Christina's got it. Margaret's got it. Yeah, these are the IDK records. The metric resources. How do I display that metric data? There's one for CPOE, one for admission redrec, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the individual IDKs. And I believe the next part of the slide, shows you exactly that. So we say, a component, you can have multiple IDK records in it. Here's one of them. And it controls the display. And these two, the IDB and the IDK, those are things that we will build. I mean, technically the dashboard's in this too, but we're a little bit past that. But we will build the components. We will build the IDK records that display on that component. We will, along the way, though, have to think about the IDN, the actual metric itself, the calculation. We won't have to think about, although we are dependent upon, the CSFs as well. It's like they're there, but I think pretty much after this slide, you can almost forget that they even exist. Like, the data is somewhere, but we'll really come into the scene when we're dealing with these IDNs. We won't be building them. We'll just be finding them. But we'll actually see those in the system. In a way, we really won't dig into the CSF records. So you can think of this slide as really just another version of the text, just the dry listing of these master files. Okay, here we're seeing them again with a tiny bit more context around them. Now, at this point, or sometimes even earlier, folks will ask, so, okay, I get it. There's a lot of build that goes into these. We display the numbers on the dashboard. What are metrics good for, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that we can do in hyperspace that ultimately shows a number on the screen. When would I know that, like, oh yeah, metrics are really the right way to go here? And in general, metrics are good. Their intended use is when there kind of is a single data point, right? You have a report request that really is going to be answered by one number. And, well, you want to see that number trending over time and potentially over different locations. Situations like that kind of feel like a metric type thing. Things that are not really well suited to metrics are things where, perhaps there isn't just one agreed upon definition, right? If we couldn't come together and decide, well, what is CPOE, then we might be able to report on things around it, but we wouldn't have just a single metric. How do you define that, right? Also, metrics don't, in general, tend to provide a lot of control over data source. And this actually leads us into page 613. It's kind of a shorter discussion here. I think I have a slide to go along with it. Yeah. So metrics are good when you have that. Just you need one data point. Let's all agree on the definition. Let's trend that over time. They're good for that. They can get their data from lots of different places. Clarity, Caboodle, Chronicles, all the stuff you see listed here. And because in this class, we're not building a metric, we're just finding them, we don't always have a lot of control over what the data source is. And I would say that if you're coming into meeting a reporting need and you do have a large concern over specifically where the data comes from, that might be an indication that metrics aren't necessarily the right approach. Not that they can't be, but if you're going in here like, well, I really, really, really need this data from Chronicles, and here are the reasons why. Maybe there's a metric that does that, but maybe not. Maybe the metric that is capturing that data point actually pulls its data from Clarity or Caboodle. Now, okay, that's fine. It just means that a metric really isn't going to be the right way to approach that. Again, metrics are good when you want everyone to agree on a data point, see it trend over time. In a certain sense, how you get there doesn't matter as long as everybody agrees on what that calculation should look like. So we'll see some information as we go along about where metrics get their data. Big picture, though, almost anything is possible. Metrics can get their data from wherever they need to get it and then display it in that same way. Okay. Penny's asking, can you combine data resources? So I'm a little stickler on the terminology here. When we say resource in this context, we're meaning IDK records. And if you were also meaning IDK records, then you're right. Can you combine them? Yeah, absolutely. If I go back to the slide here, we can display multiple IDKs kind of combined together in a single component. If the question is, can I combine data sources with the metrics? In general, the answer is yes, but it hinges on who the you in that sentence is. If the you in that sentence is us here in this class, then the answer is no. Like I said earlier, we are not going to be building metrics. Let me write this up here. We aren't building metrics in this class. We're just finding them. It is possible to create custom metrics. I think, Rebecca might have to test me here. I think the class for that, or the self-study for that, is that COG 2010i? I always get those numbers mixed up. We do have a class on a specific type of metric build, but it's not this class. In this class, we're going to show you how to research metrics, find ones that exist, but we won't be building them. So we won't have the option to choose a data source at all, much less combine them or anything like that. Oh yeah, and I got the course code right. Whew, mostly luck. Okay. Well, let's get a start on the build then. This is probably going to take us up to our first break because there's a fair amount of build that goes into things, but we can get a a good crack on it. Page 614 is where this starts in the companion. And now the idea is, all right, I'm sold. Metrics sound great. They were cool the way end users interacted with them. I kind of get the concept behind the build. Let's start doing it. Let's just build a metric. And I think during the demo, I'll build just kind of a fake just demo one. If you want to follow along, you are welcome to. But if you don't, that's okay too, because in a little while here, exercise 2 is coming up and you will be building a component that has metrics on it. So you'll get a chance to practice all these workflows in an exercise. But first, let's go through together with a little play example. And building off what I just said about metrics, the fact that we're not building them, we're finding them, it's good that right away it says, all right, well, here's how you find them. First resource for finding available metrics is on the user web in the metric repository. This site allows you to search Epic released IDN records and blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, let's do it then. I'm just going to click that link. It's going to take me to datahandbook.epic.com/metrics/metric search. It is, if you go to datahandbook.epic.com, it's the third link over on the right. And well, it's a search engine, very similar to the other ones in the data handbook. We can just look for things that we're interested in by keyword, if we want to, by other things, if we want to. So maybe I'll go in here. And again, I'm just going to pick kind of an arbitrary one to use as the demo. What's a weird one here? Let's see. Oh, let's see what metrics we have for hyperspace itself. That's an interesting one for me. I'm just going to check that little box and see what we get. Oh, cool. Time in hyperspace. This metric shows the total amount of time users were logged into hyperspace. Oh, let's see what that looks like in our training environment. Right here on this first little card, it gives me, in some sense, all the information I need. They're saying, hey, this is IDN record 14526. I'm going to need that in a little while, so I'm just going to copy it. Oops, I don't know if I clicked it or not. Copy it, but then as you can see, when I click on it, it takes me to a different screen that says a little bit more. It says that, let's see, we can summarize only by the user here. That's a little strange. Usually I have multiple levels there, but I guess time in hyperspace sort of makes some sense. We can look at it daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and yearly. Cool. There's no benchmarking, whatever that means. And then again, here's that record ID, 14526. We can read a bit more about the definition and setup of this metric. Not really a lot to see here. Other metrics, when you open them, you might get more context, more information, more description down below. But in essence, that's what the metric repository is all about. You come in here and either you do a keyword search or a keyword in combination with application filtering and all that, and find metrics that are interesting to you. I think one of the ones, we didn't go through this scenario in this lesson, but one of the things that it talks through is opioid prescriptions. So we find like, well, here, a number of opioid prescriptions. That's record IDN 17630. I can, like I did before, dig in and read more about that. This has a bit more context behind it. Well, I don't really have a lot more to say about this metric repository and just doing this searching. I'm going to pause here, though, and lower your hands. What questions do you have about just the existence of this metric repository in the data handbook, the place where we're going to go to find metrics that we need based on keywords or other characteristics? If you've got a question about that, raise your hand and type something into Q&A for us. Like I said, we'll probably stick to the time in hyperspace metric. We'll just see what this looks like in our environment. It may be gross, but I can still demo the build. That's all. That's fine. All right. Not seeing any hands come through there, so we'll continue on. If I hop back into the text here, we can put a check next to finding the metric. And obviously we did that pretty quick right now. Real world, that's going to require more time potentially, right? It's not super common that you'll just like by yourself hop into the metric repository and be like, oh yeah, here it is. I definitely need this one. Like depending on how familiar you are with the application and who you're working with, you might need to have some back and forth there. But the idea being that by whatever process you needed to follow, whatever conversations needed to happen, any of that stuff, you did it and you found an IDN record. You now have an IDN record ID to use going forward. Okay, I was asking, where's the data source for the metric listed? It will be in the description. This one is logged automatically in Hyperspace. So it tracks users logs, blah, 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 updated hourly based on sessions within the last hour. So really the takeaway is that all the information that you need about how the metric is defined, it's down here. Okay. Well, what did we just do? We have a recipe now. We have a recipe for making hopefully some delicious food or data in this case. Now we're going to cook up that data and decide how to present it, which means we need to create a resource, a IDK record. And where do we create IDK records? Where do we create resources? The resource editor, appropriately named. So I'm going to go in and just create a new one of those. Again, if you just want to watch right now, that is fine. You'll be doing the same stuff in an exercise in a little while. I'm just going to use this as kind of a little fake demo. So I'll chart search for resource editor. And I'm going to create a new one. Call this NMS time in hyperspace, maybe. I make no promises on how much data we actually have for this in our environment, but it'll be a fun journey. So it is time in hyperspace. I'll give it a different display title, maybe time in hyperspace demo. Everything else looks fine here, so I'll just click accept. And okay, record name, time in hyperspace, time in demo. All right, cool. Okay, record type, red stop sign. Got to do something with this one. What options do I have? Looks like there are 5 of them here. In this class, we will only be discussing this first one, historical trending. That's the kind of resource that you saw in the last exercise. We're trending this over time. So we'll select historical trending there. Owning application, description, those are just documentation type stuff. So I don't know, do we have hyperspace? Probably not. Who can I have own this? Maybe we don't have a generic Kogito one. Doesn't really matter because it is just documentation. I'll call this, analytics. Sure, that works for me. Again, it's really just indicating kind of who owns the build of this data. Analytics might not have very much to say about folks in hyperspace, but whatever. Sounds good to me. Description shows how long folks were logged in to hyperspace. Great. Basic information looks all good. And cool, what else? Data source. Okay, here's where I need to plug in that metric. I think I still have it on my clipboard. I do. It was 14526. Time in hyperspace. Great. Few other options pop up here, most of which we won't really say too much about, but I will call out this show result as field. Right now it says calculated value. In this case, time in hyperspace is just going to be a number, right? It's just how long were you in hyperspace. A lot of these metrics tend to be ratios or percentages, so there's some kind of fraction in the background. You have the option to, when it is in a fraction, you could say, well, show me the final value, do the division, give me the decimal, or you can say, just show me the numerator, just show me the denominator, or present it as a fraction. Actually, show me numerator over denominator. In this case, the system's clever enough to know there's no denominator here. It's just time in hyperspace. So I think basically either one of these options would be identical. But in general, you might have a metric where your users are only interested in the numerator. They don't care about the percentage or the ratio. They just want to see a part of it. This is where you can choose to do that. I'm going to leave this on calculated value. And I believe the rest of this stuff's going to come up a bit later. So I'll leave that off. Next up is display. And, as expected, it's how do you want to show this? A lot of times, again, this depends on the metrics, but a lot of times you'll
need to think about, how should I be displaying this, right? Like this one, yeah, it's a time duration. But do I want to show hours and minutes? Do I want to include seconds? Do I only want to include minutes? I can decide there. Obviously, we see some other options that would not make a lot of sense in this context, but I suppose if you wanted to be very confusing, you could display this as a currency with a symbol. Sometimes folks make a bit of a mistake here, specifically around these percentages things. So I could go in here right now. I could go in here right now and say default display format for my time in hyperspace will be percentage. I could select that. System's fine with it. It doesn't change the recipe. It doesn't change what this metric we see back here in data source is actually doing. It's really returning a time value. So you're free to choose to display it however you want, but it doesn't change what it's actually doing. And sometimes folks will kind of get to this screen and be like, oh yeah, my users wanted a percentage, so I'll make sure to select percentage here. But in reality, they already picked a metric that does something else. So be careful. This is just display. And if you're not mindful of what you select, you can potentially create some misleading things. So I'm just going to leave it with the default of time duration. I don't have any specific goal for this. I'm not going to modify the access title or anything. We do see a spot where we can specify some thresholds. I'm going to skip that for now. We're going to come back to it later, but this is where we can go in and decide what is red and yellow and green. So we'll see the same interface a little bit later. Yeah, and again, I'll leave it to you to just read through the other fields if you're curious. Don't forget, control clicking is still a thing. You can still control click in these fields and see help text, that kind of stuff if you're curious. But I'm happy with all this. Time duration makes sense. Links and reports, I'm going to skip over that right now. We'll get to it later. And same thing with benchmarking. We'll touch on that a little bit later in this lesson. So just to recap, what did I really do there that was essential? I selected a historical trending record type, the only one we're going to deal with for metrics in this class. I want to see this trend over time. I then specified what metric I wanted and how I want to display the result, calculated value in this case. And then we thought a little bit about the display form, even though I didn't really change anything here. We did touch on a few of those fields. And I believe in your companion, yeah, again, starting on page 614 and going all the way to I guess the bottom of page 616 gives you some reference text for a lot of those fields that we just saw. I'll just pause here. Maybe I'll head back to that basic information page. What questions do you have about how we built this IDK record, this resource record? If you've got a question, you know the drill. Raise your hand and type something in the Q&A. All right, looks like we are feeling pretty good here. Well, I think it's actually a good time for our first break. We've been going for a little over an hour now, and we're in a good spot in the content to take a little bit of a breather. So I've got 9:39 on my clock. We'll come back together 10 minutes from now at 9:49. 9:49. Talk to you again soon.
Welcome back, folks. For our first after break today, I'm going to run through something that actually Rebecca introduced me to, and I've really fallen in love with it. Apparently, the New York Times every day releases a mini crossword, and it's kind of what you see in the background of the screen right now. It's just a small crossword, just a handful of clues. And well, let's see if we can crack this together. I have temporarily disabled your ability to chat with everyone. So now you can send things to Rebecca and I, but not everybody's going to see your responses in an attempt to avoid some spoilers. I'll click OK here in a second. It'll bring in the clues. You let me know what you see, and I'll be the fingers of the keyboard.
So here we go. Here's our first one. Let me know
which one you're thinking about and what you think your answer is. You see some words typing in some people typing in some random words. I don't know where those go, so let me know which clue you're thinking of. Let's see. Becky's saying 2 down, bone in the forearm. Oh, ulna. Yeah, I know that. I broke that as a kid. Let's see what else we got. Daniel saying 1 down is cower. Okay, crouch in fear. Yeah, good job there. Doug saying 4 across is cola. Yeah, gotta be right. Bound bubbly drink, cola. Let's see. Brett saying 4. Oh, we already got that one. Doug saying 3 down is pay. Pick up the tab. Pay. That would have been a tough one for me, I bet. A couple folks saying 6 across. Creative thought would be an idea. I like that. Although I guess all thoughts can be ideas. They don't have to be creative. Not many left here. Let's see. Doug saying 7 across. 4 each is per. Ooh, that was a tough one. I bet that would have taken me a while too. And 5 across. Body weight exercise that works the chest and the triceps. Downy? Oops, I'm going the wrong way. 5 down. I want 5 across.
Oh, never mind. I was reading the wrong clue. What? I didn't want to end. Yes. Down. There we go. Always gives me anxiety because as soon as you finish this thing, it's like, okay, you're done. Okay, there we go. So, wife, Downy. Okay, cool. 5. Dip. All right. Wow. Good job, folks. Well done. I think there is some kind of like overall competition with this. It does log your time and everything, but I don't know if there's a leaderboard somewhere and I've just never seen it, or if I'm the only one that cares about it. But in any case, do one of those every single day, and I don't know, kind of fun. I like to work through them. Anyway, we got to come back to our content. I left off right after building the resource, which, even though we talked about it for a while, for the most part, it just came down to specifying the right metric. Right? Just here's the metric I want, please display it. Here's the recipe that I want you to cook, put it on the plate in the right way. The next step is to put it on a component. So I'm just going to build a new component. I could open up the component editor using chart search, but since I'm already in this Radar admin workspace, I can save myself a little bit of time and just click the word components on the left. That will also open up the component editor. Sum that up, I'll just build a new one here. I'll give the same name, NMS time in hyperspace, and then display title, time in hyperspace demo will work fine. Yeah, no need to follow along. And ultimately, I'm just going to put this resource in this component and hopefully have it in my dashboard. So click accept there. Here's my new components. Display formats. Okay, this time I'm going to take a table. I want a table of results. See that stuff trending over time. Data source is dashboard resources, or at least it will be as soon as I plug in that resource. But even on this first screen, I've got to select that. I don't think there's anything else on basic information that I'm going to pay attention to right now. Obviously, help text and stuff is important, but main idea is to make it the right display format and data source, table and dashboard resources in this case. And then on the data source form, I can decide what kind of summary do we want. Again, in this class, we're going to focus exclusively on historical trending, just like we built in the resource itself. It says view as, it says summary targets and resources. I'm going to say summary targets right now. We'll come back to what this resources thing would do a little bit later on. But historical trending, summary targets, the resource is the one I just built. So NMS time in hyperspace looks good. And summary level, so what level of summarization do I want to do here? This one, I'm kind of locked in, right? The only one that it really supports is user level. If you remember way back when I was looking it up, yeah, we saw that right here. So the only summary level it can make sense of is the user level, which, okay, fine. So that's it there. Then we get a choice of lookup method. So essentially, like, how are you going to decide which user or users to display here? Specific value, the default here means you're just going to tell me. You're going to put in that field that has the stop sign in it, whatever
users you want to see. We could go to login context. This will look at the user you are logging in as and some characteristics associated with them. Or finally, user security. This is something that we'll touch on a little bit later in the class, but essentially every user has some specific departments and locations and even potentially users associated with them. And we can tell this component, well, hey, go look at their user security and see what it says. I think probably my best chance of success here will be to just code in a specific value. So maybe I'll put in my ID. Why not? This should show me how long this user has logged into hyperspace. We get some options for the date range. Do you want to see this, monthly, weekly, quarterly, daily, whatever, even down to hour if we want? Maybe daily could be more interesting here. How many periods do I want to see? How many days? We'll say 7. Why not? Display future data. Well, there won't be any future data for this metric, so it doesn't really matter what I pick here. I'll just leave it with the default. Future days. Nah, there shouldn't be any future data anyway, so no need to show anything. And then I get an option like, do you want to show a forecast? Well, let's see. I'll say yes here. Okay, great. I now need to say how to do that. So evaluate by using the mean, the average. All right, looks like I have some other options here, but I think average makes sense. Include every day. Yeah, sure. Maybe, yeah, we'll say same day of week. Maybe on Tuesdays I log into hyperspace a lot, but Wednesdays I don't, Thursdays I do. So we'll make it same day of week. And how far in the past should we look? Sure, 14 days seems fine. And great. So now we've got some forecasting to look at here, as much as it'll mean.
Let's see. So kind of a lot going on in this screen, but just to summarize, we did select a summary type of historical trending. It's the only thing we're going to touch on in this class. Summary targets is how we're viewing it. We will come back to resources later. We then specified what resource it was. I'm going to note this down here. That's our IDK record. Specified our summary level, including the lookup method. We specified our date range, at least the default number of periods. And then optionally, we just for fun set up some forecasting here, really simple stuff, just taking an average, looking into the future based on that. So I'll just linger here for a moment. We do have a little bit more to do on this component, but I'll pause here. What questions do you have about this data source screen in a component that's displaying a resource? Again, if you've got a question, raise your hand and type something into Q&A for us. And just to keep you appraised, I think everything that we touched on there, yeah, started on page 615 and headed over to page 616. All right. No questions coming in. Let's see what else we got to do here. Columns is the next form. This is just asking, what do you want to see? Right? What columns do you want to include? Do you want today's data? Sure, why not? Do you want to include some of these other like comparison type things? Change from last time, last period, whatever it is. I probably won't include any of those right now, but I could. Output formats. Sort of nothing to say here right now. This is just saying like, what should the table look like? We'll actually come back to this in our summaries lesson a little bit later this week. But for the most part, things you see here are self-explanatory here, just deciding how the actual table will be shown. And then last and certainly not least, I need to go to distribution and enable it. got to be enabled because I need to, I want to display this on a dashboard, and I can't put it on a dashboard if I don't have it enabled. So it looks good there. I guess my last step is to throw it on my dashboard. So maybe I'll head back to the end user display here, open up my starter dashboard and edit it. And we add it just like any other component. We go to the content form, type in the name of the components. I'll put that in the custom region, let's say. What is my layout? Oof, what a mess. I'm going to change this. I want one row above 2 columns. That's a little bit cleaner. And then, yep, custom column. Cool. So that all looks good. And now I just need to head back to the dashboard. Alt equals to hard refresh it. And I kind of thought this might happen. We don't have really any data, but that's okay. We could see at least what it would look like. And here, because we did set up some forecasting, we can see what's expected in the future. But again, not a lot of data if we wander off the beaten path during our demos here. I promise in the exercise you will get some real results in. Well, I'll just pause here. What questions do you have about any of the metric build? So from finding the metric record itself, the IDN, to creating the IDK, the resource that displays it, to putting it on a component, to putting that component on a dashboard, any of those steps that we just touched on. If you've got a question on your mind, raise your hand, type something in for us. All right, not seeing anything come through, so I think we're ready for our next exercise. This starts at the bottom of 617, but like some of our exercises from yesterday, it has both an exploratory and a guided method. I strongly recommend if you are new to this at all, stick with the guided method. It's step by step. It'll just lead you through exactly what you need to do. But hey, if you're feeling a bit more confident about this, see if the exploratory method is enough. We just give you what we want. Do you know how to create it? Bring up our exercise slide here. This one will take us a bit longer than the last one. We're not just looking at something that's already built. Now we are building it. So it'll be a little while. Just like before, when you finish up, raise your hand. Christina's asking, is there a shortcut to get to the metric repository? There is. One of them is right here in your text, but there's also one in the chat right now. All right, so I'll let you guys work. Again, raise your hand when you finish. Type questions in as they arise, and we'll come back together once I see a good portion of the room has finished up.
Talk to you in a bit.
Hey, everybody. Looks like about 3/4 of the room has wrapped up that exercise. So we'll take just another minute or so, finish up whatever step you're working on if you're still going through it. And we'll come back together and chat about it. All right. Well, now you have created a metric base component. Here's the kind of answer key version we have out there with the IP CPOE resource that you built, and then another resource that you didn't build. Here it is just sitting on our dashboard with some numbers there. Right before this, you were working on the component itself. Highlights there, the view as. Here we were viewing multiple resources instead of multiple summary targets. So that was a little different than the demo, but all right, now you've seen kind of both of those options show up there. We had our resources in. We set the summary level to be departments based on the login context of the user. So whatever department they log into is going to be the one that's showed here. That's why we didn't have to hard code in any values here. Specify date ranges. That was essentially it. Before this, you were building the resource. So I'll dig into that one as well. Main takeaways there was, well, basically just specifying the metric. So here we handed you that IDN record and you just plugged it in and decided to display, well, its calculated value. Looks like everything else we left pretty much as is. So I guess I'll head back to the finished product. I'm going to lower everybody's hands. What questions do you have? If you got a question, raise your hand back up and type something into Q&A. Lori's asking, how do I view it when I finished it? So if you've already put it on your dashboard, if you're in the dashboard editor, you already have that multiple resource component listed. All you need to do is make sure you save your work. So navigate to some other form so it saves what you did there. And then head back to your dashboard and Alt equals refresh. And you'll see it pop up wherever you placed it. All right, not seeing any other hands get raised there. Oh, no, one's just coming up there, so we'll pause. Hopefully, as you were going through that exercise, it really felt like just a validation of what you've already seen, right? There's the forms, you get to type it in, you get to click the buttons, but the don't lose sight of the big picture, what we're doing. Create a resource, plug a metric into it, create a component, plug the resource into it, and then ultimately put the component on a dashboard. Karen's asking, how is the date range determined for display? You set that. So here in the components, you get to pick the date range. And in this case, we had it set up for 4 months, but we get to decide that. Date range is up to you.
But how did it start with July? We said 4 months. So we have, well, we're in November, so October, September, August, July. So 4 months back. Again, all that just coming from basically is these two fields. What's the interval and how many of them do you want? All right. Well, we just have a couple of kind of smaller topics to round out this lesson. Let's see. I guess it all gets started on page 620 of the heading metric features. And I think the text says it better than I could. So these are some additional bells and whistles to enrich the metric framework experience. So these are some things that are, strictly speaking, extra, because we were obviously able to build a metric-based component and put it on a dashboard without ever seeing this stuff. But it's features that are worth knowing about because some users are really going to be looking for this kind of stuff. One thing being, and we actually saw this in the very first exercise today, how do we allow the dashboard to override the summary targets on its components? We saw that earlier. Let me bring up that clinical metric trends again. This is the very first dashboard we looked at in class. And you probably noticed then too, when you hover over these summary level and department things up at the top, all the components get a green outline. And that's just a visual indicator that these components are beholden to what the dashboard is saying. The dashboard is overriding all of these components' summary levels. How do we do that? Well, first, we have to tell the dashboard to do it, go into the IDM and say, hey, you should override summary levels. And then also we need to verify that the component is compatible with that the component is going to receive the information that the dashboard is plugging in. So let's do a quick demo of this. I'll head back to my starter dashboard. If I edit it, so edit the dashboard itself, we have a resource settings form that appears whenever we put a component that has resources in it. And on this field, it's kind of small, I'll zoom in a little. It just says, use override settings to control components on the dashboard. Okay, sure, click. And it's like, all right, fine. You want to have summary levels? Which ones do you want? Well, how about departments? How about provider? How about whatever I want? And I should be more mindful about that because if I put a summary level here that the components don't play nicely with, then that can lead to some problems for my end users. They won't be able to see the data they want. But at any rate, we just validate whatever summary levels they need. We specify what it starts with. How about departments? And we can specify time intervals too if we want to, but I think that looks good. I'll save my work there. If I go back to the dashboard, Alt equals refresh. Now I've got those fields at the top, just like we saw in the clinical metric trend dashboard, summary level and department. And this is kind of interesting. I have two metric-based components on my dashboard, right? The demo one and the one we just did for that exercise. I've got two, but only the second one, only the ABC multiple resource component seems to care about these fields up here, right? It has that green outline whenever we select one of these fields. And the reason for that is that this ABC multiple resource component is configured in such a way to respect the dashboard. Let me show you what that is. I'm going to edit this component. And right here on the data source form, lookup method. I'll write it up here. If this is set to anything other than specific value, then the components will respect dashboard level settings. Dashboard level, I'll say summary levels. This component has login context. That's not specific value. So yeah, if it lands on a dashboard that's controlling its components in the way that we just showed you, it will respect that. The other component that I made though, here, I think I still got it open. This one it had specific value. So it doesn't care. Well, whatever the dashboard says, it doesn't care. It's going to use whatever value was hard coded into it. And that's good, right? Remember, because this resource didn't even support summary levels other than user. So it'd be really weird to try and pass in a department to this and have it make some sense of it. It just wouldn't work. And again, that is why back on the dashboard, when I hover over these things up in the upper left, only my multiple resource component really cares about it. So that's the dashboard summary target overrides, one of our bells and whistles. We've actually already discussed the bottom of 620 on to 621, the idea that when you create a component, you can decide whether you want multiple resources, as we see here. Each row represents a different resource, or if you want multiple summary targets instead. So earlier when we were doing the investigation into that clinical metric trends, each row in that component represented a completely different thing, a completely different metric, completely different data point, different number. But we could set it up so that there's only one resource. Here it's just CPOE, but instead we have multiple summary targets. And that's actually what I briefly showed you in the demo. Maybe I'll bring that up again just to remind us what that screen looks like. It is right here. So I can say, do I want to view multiple summary targets? In which case I can add one resource, but as many summary levels as I want. Or do I want multiple resources instead? And here it's like, hey, if I change that, you're going to lose some of your configuration. Is that okay? Sure, I don't care. Now it says, all right, well, what resources do you want? I could put in anything I wanted to. Time and hyperspace. Here's IPCPOE, et cetera, but only one summary level is available to me. And again, that comes down to, and I'll actually bring up the images in the slides. Here's the difference. Multiple data points, multiple resources. Every row is a different kind of calculation, or multiple targets. Each row is the same calculation, just done at a different level of granularity. Let me pause there. That's kind of two of our bells and whistles we wanted to touch on. Taking this all the way through 621. What questions do you have about the ability to show either multiple resources or multiple targets in a single component, or the ability for the dashboard to override its components? Raise a hand if you got a question about either one of those two metric features. Cool. All right, not seeing any hands come up there. The next topic, hopping back into the text, this is on technically the bottom of 621, but it continues on to 622. I'll try and fit as much of it on the screen as I can here. For metrics, there is this idea of benchmarking. And when we say benchmarking in this context, we mean comparing that metric's value to the broader Epic community. So here's your CPOE percentage for this department on this day. What was the Epic average? What was the average among pediatric organizations? What was the average among large organizations? That's the kind of comparison we talk about when we mention benchmarking here. And the end goal, you can see the screenshots on page 622. I think it summarizes it pretty well. The end goal is just to show Epic averages side by side with your organization's data. So here I think, yeah, it's this dashed line going through here. That's set up to be the average of the Epic community for appropriate asthma medications. And we're looking at here some, I guess, a provider, a clinic, and probably a location, kind of how it's done in comparison to that. When you are searching for a metric in the metric repository, go back to the starting screen, you can choose to only show metrics that are benchmark enabled. Not all of them are. We can go in here and say benchmark published, yes, and then I don't know, type in anything we want, maybe something with opioids. And here we go. We can see each one of these labeled as benchmark in the upper right. These are all types of metrics that we have that functionality. You can say, yep, compare me to the broader Epic community or some subset of that. Obviously, there's a lot more to say about benchmarking, but it would take us a little bit outside the field of this class. Down here on right below the graph, we give you a couple places to go to learn more. So there's the Kogito Strategy Handbook and the benchmarking topic on the user web. That second one is particularly nice because about every month or so, you'll see a post out here saying who's participating in benchmarking. It is kind of a two-way street in that, like, if you want to take advantage of it, what you have to also send us your data. So let's see, where is it? Looks like there's been quite. Here we go. So Arthur posted the July benchmarking update. There were 16 new benchmarks added. We've got 440 organizations participating in clinical benchmarking, 407 in financial. And we have the spreadsheets to break down all those changes. So really powerful tool. Again, comparing yourself to the broader Epic community. Continuing the theme of making comparisons for a given metric, in the same way that folks will sometimes want to see how an organization is doing compared to others, that's what benchmarking is. You might also just want to dig into the data itself. Right? Like, I see this number is a little bit lower, a little bit higher than I expected it to be. Why is that? What's the underlying stuff here? Where can I learn more? And this takes us to the bottom of page 622. We have a heading for validating the data. And we call out two pretty common ways of performing this validation, both of which involve linking to some report somewhere. Either be that a SQL drill down report, which we won't say too much more about in this class, but essentially just runs some SQL to display the row level detail, or a slicer dicer session, right? And here it says, let's see, we can actually do this one, right? Let's see, I might not have made this resource yet, but I can still demo it for you. Let me put a link to that one. So let's see, probably ABC opioid. You can just watch for this little bit here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, that was resources. Oh, well, I can do this on my time in hyperspace just as well, even though it might be a little bit odd here. So here is time in hyperspace. This is the resource, so it's the IDK. We're deciding how it's displayed. And earlier I just skipped over this links and reports section, but now I'm not going to skip it anymore. I'm going to add in a link. We'll make this one a slicer dicer session. It asks us which one it is. I'm just going to paste in what the companion said. It's going to not make a lot of sense. Why would we show a patients on opioid session on a time in hyperspace component? But oh well, we set it up there. And well, that's really all we need to do. Now we have that set up. I can go back to my dashboard, do a refresh. And again, pretty weird component. But now if I go in here and click the little eye icon, we can see not only the description, but here's that link, patients on opioids. And click on that, and it's going to open up Slicer Dicer to that session. Still asking me to go through the tutorial because I never finished it, but oh well. Let me see if I can try that one more time. Yeah, okay. There we go. So pretty strange numbers here, but it gives you the idea of what we're going for. In those individual lines, individual resources in a component, we can give you links to other things, be they slicer dicer sessions or potentially SQL drill down, which again is a little bit out of the scope for this class. I'm going to pause there. We do have a couple of small things left to touch on, but that's kind of the last big feature when it comes to the additional stuff you add into metrics. I'll lower your hands. What questions do you have about the benchmarking or the ability to add in links to validate the data? Raise a hand if you got a question about either one of those two things. All right. So a couple things here at the end. One of them, I don't know. Whenever I see this, I feel like it's got a very lofty title for something that I feel is pretty straightforward. So it's called this metric deep search. This is talking about. Let me demo this here for you. I'm going to head into. Let's see. Here we go. So this is the
IP CPOE metric that we ask you to use during that last exercise. The metric deep search is the ability for you to go to the analytics catalog and search for a resource ID. So right now, this is the IDN.1 for that resource. And it's going to search through components and dashboards and whatever that have that display. So it's a deep search in the sense that it's not really returning the IDN record. There's no card in the analytics catalog for a metric in that sense, but it's clever enough to know like, oh yeah, this dashboard or this component or whatever has that associated with it. And then finally here, this is a fun little thing. So these metrics, for some of them, it's not enough to just have a user log in and open a dashboard and check the value. For some of them, if their value changes in some significant way, there really needs to be a kind of push notification for that. Like, let me know if this value ever decreases below, some threshold, or if it ever changes more than 10% either way in like a single day. Let me know. Send me a notification. And we can do that too. In addition to just displaying these on dashboards, there are these things called triggered metric events. They are abbreviated TME. There is no TME master file. Don't let that fool you. But for the purpose of this class, we're not really going to demo any of the build behind these notifications. We just want you to be aware that that is a thing. You can go in and say, hey, pay attention to this particular IDN record and tell me when it passes 100 or whatever we want to. And notifications can be sent out in hyperspace, via email, to just push notifications on your phone, that kind of thing too. A little link here if you want to know more. That takes us to the end of that lesson and a kind of final exercise to wrap everything up. Before I set you loose on that final exercise, kind of set the stage, what questions do you have about any of this metric content that we've covered so far? Everything from the initial build, the master files that we worked with here, IDK, IDN, all that stuff, to the actual construction of the components and the workflows in hyperspace. So questions about anything we've seen so far in this lesson? Raise a hand if you've got something on your mind. All right. Well, one final exercise here. Exercise 3, build a resource-based component. We've done that before. Oh, on multiple summary targets. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit different than the last exercise. There you were basing it on multiple resources. Now it'll be summary targets. Again, exploratory and guided method. Choose your adventure there. Definitely the guided method is the way to go if you are newish to this sort of stuff. And then there's an if you have time exercise. You get through that first one really quickly. I'll bring up the slide for this. There we go. You know the drill. Once you finish up, raise your hands. And if you have questions, type them into Q&A as you're working. I'll talk to you again soon.
Hey, everybody. Getting a good number of hands going up. So we'll take just another minute or so for you to work on this exercise. One more minute, and then we'll come back together. All right. Well, in that last exercise, you created a multiple target component. Visually, it looks roughly the same as the multiple resource component, but the build's a little bit different because now we're seeing each row as a different department in this case versus each row being a separate resource. And as you saw in that exercise, that setting is right here. So we said here, use multiple summary targets, view as summary targets. And then down below, we said, yeah, show the department and get it from that user's security. We could have hard-coded values if we wanted to, but in this case, that's the approach we took. I'm going to lower your hands. We are at the end of the metric lesson. So, well, what questions do you have? I'll open the floor to anything from this specific exercise, building this multiple target component, or anything that's on your mind about metrics before we kind of put a bow on that lesson. So raise your hand if you've got a question and you're typing it in. All right, not seeing any hands go up there. So I think we are ready for our second break of the morning. I've got 11 o'clock. So we'll come back together at 11:10, 10 minutes from now, and we'll start our second lesson of the day. See you soon.
Welcome back, folks. For this after break, we have an interactive activity. I'm going to be showing you the made-up fictional internet history of some mythological character. Your job is to figure out, based on that history, who is it? I've temporarily changed your chat settings so you can now not chat to everybody, so we'll avoid spoiling it for folks. But get your chat panels ready. I'm going to bring up the first internet history. Again, some mythological character is going to be the answer there. So here's our first one. Take a look at the sites that they recently visited. And if you think you know who it is, type it into chat. Got Becky and Brett, Eric, Doug, Alvina, Devin. Yeah, lots of folks recognizing this one. Tendon injuries, a taunting message from someone with an email of paris@troy.net. Something about a duel, Hector@troy.net. This is indeed Achilles. Well done. Let's see our next one. A little different this time. And Doug and Becky, Alvina, you've got it. Megan, yep, you got it too. Give folks another few moments here, see if they can sort out who this is. Jody, yep, you got it. You see things in here about wax and wings and the sun and melting and all that put together. Yep, it's Icarus. Well done. Let's see our next one. Some of these are a bit of a stretch, I think, but should get you there. Who is this? Let's see here. Oh, yeah, lots of folks. Jody, Becky, Michael, Doug, Eric, Danielle, Devin, Margaret, Alvina. Yeah, lots of folks recognizing this as Medusa. I think until the very last one, it could potentially be any Gorgon, right? But all right, famously, Medusa lost her head. So, okay, I'll allow it. I think we've got one more left. Yeah, one more left. At least in this round. Who is this? It's getting a little dark here. Becky and Margaret, you got it. At least I think you got it. I think maybe some of the last answer got submitted as well. Doug, you got it. Devin, you've got it. Alvina, you've got it. Lynn, you've got it. It's not Hercules, but I would say you're definitely warm. It is someone that I think often gets associated with Hercules. So I guess chronologically, Hercules would have been first before all this. I'm less clear. But lots of folks getting this one. It is indeed Oedipus. And congratulations to basically everybody. You also spelled it correct. That's a tricky word. So well done on both accounts. All right, well, let's get back into our content then. We are starting a new lesson now. We've finished up our discussion of metrics. Now we're going to move into reporting workbench, how we create those. And I think in a certain sense, you can almost view metrics and workbench reports as kind of two ends of a spectrum. Metrics at the end of the day really just boil down to like a number, or maybe a few numbers aggregated by some grouping that you create. So metrics distill a lot of detailed data down into just one thing, one data point. Workbench reports, they have several uses, but the end result of a workbench report is a list of data, that raw data, the raw information that folks need. And maybe they need it just to, investigate a hunch. More often, though, they'll probably need it so that they can perform some action on that result set. And that's something that reporting workbench is sort of the leader in when it comes to reporting tools in Epic.
If one of the things that your requesters ask for is the ability to take action on the results of a report, it's not the only way we can do it, but Workbench is definitely designed to support that really from the ground up. So we're going to, in this lesson, again, experience Workbench the way an end user will, just to make sure we're all on equal footing in that regard. And then dive into what it's like to build those reports. We'll actually build a report together more or less from scratch, although we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Like the previous lesson, we do have a little bit of kind of lead-in content getting us warmed up for our first exercise. First thing I want to draw your attention to is actually on page 711. It's 149 in the PDF. This page is us sort of just making it very clear that this lesson is not all there is to know about reporting Workbench. There are a lot more bits of functionality and things that can help you as you're working with this tool available out there for documents listed. We'll be lecturing through those. They're not, the contents of those documents are not testable, but there are some useful reference documentation out there. So setup and support guide and some design specifications, testing forms. Check those out. Again, not going to be the main focus of this lesson, but definitely valuable things to have in your back pocket. Continuing on, though, to the next page. Again, we continue to mirror the metrics lesson where there's some content towards the start of the lesson about kind of the big picture, the concept. Like, what are we doing here? Ultimately, we're going to be looking at and running and creating Workbench reports, but what are the ingredients? What are the pieces to that? And I would say, pretty much without exception, the most important concept to know about as you get started with reporting Workbench is the idea that all reports, all the things that users run and actually get data, all of them are built from some report template. Maybe that first sentence is probably worth highlighting. All Workbench reports are created from a template. There's no way to just build a report just by itself, not attached to any template at all. These templates, they are records in a master file. You can write this in your long list of master files, but HGR is one of the, I'll say, main master files that influence a template. There are a few others that you'll learn about if you dig into this stuff further. But what these templates really specify are kind of the big picture things about how the report operates, and also the kind of range of possibilities you have when you're building an individual report. And I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but these templates specify things like, well, what master file are you searching? Are you searching for patients? Okay, those will be records in EPT. You're searching for orders? Okay, those are records in ORD. So the template defines that. And it also defines the process by which it will search those master files, the search engine. We're going to spend some time later on this lesson talking about specifically the ad hoc search engine in Reporting Workbench. That is the default search engine in Reporting Workbench. Definitely is worth calling out, though, that there are other search engines, including one that is SQL-based, that would run some SQL against Clarity or Caboodle and display that. So, okay, all reports come from a template. Where do we find the templates? They are in the analytics catalog. And they have an icon that is similar to a report, but different from it, right? The reports are kind of the filled in hammers, the stamped out hammers, but the cogwheel with the cut out hammer, the literal template, that's indicating there's a report template. So here in this case, there's a generic kind of find orders template. And I bet from that template, we built this report, find patients with unsigned orders and plan treat, blah, 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 whatever that is. So one example of a report built from a template, and both templates and reports show up in the analytics catalog. We do give you some links here towards the bottom of my screen about some classes that you can take to learn more about building templates, COG 200V and COG 2030V, getting into the Cogito tools and Cogito SQL. Report template build, again, is going to be outside of the scope of this class. We're going to focus on just using the templates that are there. Sort of similar to the last lesson. We didn't build metrics, we just used the ones that were there. So that's the kind of core concept in Reporting Workbench. Continuing on, we do talk about the individual reports themselves and the results generated from those reports. I'll mention it here so we get the context. Reports are HRX records. So I find a template, I generate a new report from it, that's generating a new HRX. And then each time I run that report, it generates results, which are in the HRN master file.
So one HRX, one report can generate many sets of results in a similar way that one template can have many reports built from it. So HRX, HRN, you can see in the text there the sort of things that the report and the results actually store. We'll interact with that as we go throughout the lesson. So I think I'll avoid just reading those things to you here. But those are the kind of three big components of reporting Workbench. Templates, which define our possibilities. Reports, which are a specific set of criterion display columns. And then results, the things that actually users look at and take action on. Before we get into anything more surrounding reporting Workbench, what questions do you have about the kind of master file structure, these concepts of a template, a report, and the results? Raise your hand if you have a question about any of those things. Becky is asking, does HRN apply to, for example, status board and snapshot results, since status boards and snapshots are HRXs? I don't know. If they're reporting Workbench HRXs, they will definitely generate HRNs. We have seen other examples in this class of HRX records. Anybody want to remind me in chat where we saw HRX records before right now? It's actually something else we worked with yesterday that was also HRX records. Anybody remember? I don't know if we didn't really emphasize it. It was just mentioned in passing. Yeah, Jacqueline's got Slicer Dicer sessions. So Slicer Dicer sessions are also HRX records. And to them, the concept of HRN doesn't really apply. So specifically for your question, Becky, status boards and snap boards, I don't know. If they're based on regular reporting Workbench HRXs, then yes. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Okay, looks good. Let's see.
Yeah, so that's really all I've got to say theory-wise. That takes us all the way to 714. Exercise 1, experience a report the way an end user will. So viewing and sorting, just running it, seeing the results. This exercise is going to lead you to running a particular report. I'll do that together with you just to make sure you can get started. And then the rest of it is just, again, interacting with those results. So let's do this. That says we got to log in as our Coda Tools administrator. We already did that. Open the analytics catalog and look for a favorite report. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to head to my analytics catalog. I'm going to clear all the filters that I have. It told me to add a filter for Workbench reports. So content type, I'll check Workbench. And yeah, as promised, the very first card that I see, it's in my favorites, has a little star on it, and it's called Pediatric Patients. So I can just click on that. So that will cause the report to run. It'll probably take a couple seconds. After a while, though, you'll look at the results, and this is where the rest of that exercise begins. I'll bring up the required exercise slide. There we go. Again, reminding you to raise your hands when you finish. Once you're done with exercise 1, let us know. As always, type questions into Q&A as you think of them, and we'll come back together once I see a good number of folks raising their hand. Talk to you in a bit. Hey, everybody. Looks like about a little over half the room has already wrapped up that exercise. So let's take 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes to play around with the results of a reporting workbench report, and then we will come back together. All right. Well, they've had a chance to experience workbench report results the way an end user will. Got to see all the options for filtering and sorting and just opening the results. I don't have anything in particular that I wanted to showcase from that exercise. The only question that really came in more than once was just, where is the filter button? And it is right up there. But I'd rather answer your questions. So I'll just lower all your hands. What questions do you have about what it's like to interact with a workbench report from the perspective of an end user before we get into more of the administrator side? Raise your hand and type in a question if you got one. You see at least one hand going up here. Jay's asking, is there a way to adjust the time that recent results stay there for? Yes, you get to set that valid until time, or at least you get to set the number of hours that it is after the report is run. Generally speaking, that is a template level setting, and reports just inherit it from that template, but it is possible to, if you have the right security, override it for a given report. All right, not seeing any other hands go up there. That's a good sign. Hopefully this interface didn't have a lot of surprises for you. I do want to jump back into the text here. This is, let's see, I'm on page 717. It's right after the I think if you have time portion of that exercise. And down at the bottom there, there's the heading viewing results. And then, for a couple more pages, it goes on to essentially just give you some reference text for what you already saw in that exercise, with one exception. There's one thing here that it calls out that is important and not necessarily something that you would just figure out on your own by looking at the results themselves. And what I'm talking about is on the bottom of 717 onto the top of 718. So it says reviewing results. And then underneath that, every workbench report returns a list of data. So when you run the report, you're going to see rows of data. Those rows are generally going to represent one of two things. They will either be records in some master file, or they will be contacts in some master file. Again, generally speaking, when you run a workbench report, you're going to see a big long list of results. The rows in that report are one of those two things: records in some master file or contacts in some master file. And to kind of really drill that point in, make sure you understand the implications of that, we have a little scenario here on the top of page 718 with some write it down boxes here. So it says a patient, Jackson She-Hulk, has had 5 office visits in the last year. 3 of them were with Dr. Marino, 2 of them were with Dr. Whitecoat, and somebody built a report that found all patients with an office visit in the last year where the visit provider was Dr. Marino. So all of that is just the setup. All of this. Your job is to decide, okay, how many rows would be in this report if it was a record-based report? And then same thing, how many rows would there be in this report if it were contact-based? So take a second, look at that setup, think through your answers here, and let me know in chat. Put it like the first answer, comma, the second one. How many rows if it were record-based? How many if it were contact-based? Just want to see what everybody's intuition tells them here. It's okay if you're wrong, just make a guess. One number, comma, the other number. How many rows would we get? Okay, a few answers coming through. Definitely, there's more consensus around the first question than the second one. So how many rows would Jackson have in the results if this report were record-based? Well, record-based would mean here it's patient, right? Records and EPT are patients. So the question is, well, would Jackson have a row in this report or not? The answer is either going to be 0 or 1 here. And it's 1 because, well, yeah, Jackson had an encounter with Dr. Marino, an office visit. So in this case, yeah, there would be 1 row for Jackson in that report. If it were contact-based, though, a little bit less consensus around that one. The most common answers were 3 and 5. Everybody said they're going to be more than 1. And you're definitely right. If it's contact-based, we will get more than 1 result. The question really comes down to, well, how many of those contacts are really going to appear in this specific report? To put it another way, how many of the contacts that Jackson has had qualify as office visits in the last year where the visit provider was Dr. Marino? And in that case, well, there were 3. The other 2 that he had were with Dr. Whitecoat. Those would not pass the filters for this report. So we get 3 rows if it were contact-based. Linger there for a moment. I'll just leave that up on the screen. Grab a screenshot if you want to. What questions do you have about the idea that reports are record or contact-based, or how that manifests itself in this scenario? I'm going to say the second question was ambiguous. How so? The word "it" was not pointing to a particular scenario. Well, it was. It was all related to this setup. Is why I called that out in advance. So both of these are referring to the same report. You're right. How many if it were contact-based? There's no real way to tell there if we don't tell you what that report is. So he's saying, can I repeat why the record base was 1 row? So it's either going to be 0 or 1, right? Either Jackson is included as an EPT record or Jackson is not included as an EPT record. So the only possibilities for Jackson here are 0 or 1. And then the question is, well, does Jackson satisfy the criteria here? Did Jackson have an office visit in the last year where the visit provider was Dr. Marino? Yes, he did. So he would be included. So 1 row. And then for the second question, you just drill down into the individual encounters. Of the 5 encounters that he had, 3 of them passed the criteria for this report. So 3 if they were contact based. And you're very welcome. Yeah, Amelia, I think I'm seeing what you're saying there. So, like in the second question, you're calling like it doesn't say how many rows would Jackson have if it were contact based, but that is the same. You could interpret it that way. How many rows would Jackson have if this report were contact based? I think we just probably saved the text. We could have formatted it in the same way. So it doesn't really matter if the it there is referring to this report or Jackson in particular. Either way, the answer is going to be 3. All right, looks like folks are pretty good. Again, grab a screenshot there if you want it. Like I said, the rest of that page, 718 on to 719 on to 720, that's all stuff that you saw during the exercise. So you can just treat that as reference text. That takes us to, well, page 721, actually creating the report. So we know what goes into it. We know what the results are going to look like. How do we do it? And page 721 is dominated by this table that talks about the report setting window. I'm going to hop into the system, kind of start creating a little demo report, and then I'll come back to page 721 and say a little bit about this. And if you want to follow along for this next part, you are more than welcome to. If you want to just watch me, that's fine as well. Coming back into hyperspace here, I'm going to head to the analytics catalog and I'm going to look for the find patients generic criteria template. So find patients generic criteria. I think its ID is, if it hasn't changed, 17500. Yes. Yep. So you can search for it either by name or by its ID. Hey, by the way, this is actually a good review. I just went to the analytics catalog and searched for a record ID. So 17500. Why did I get these 2 results? I know find patients generic criteria. I wanted that one. Why did this dashboard appear? Let me know in chats. Why am I seeing the second result? I thought record IDs were unique. It's not deep search. That metric stuff we talked about in the last lesson, that's a good guess, but there's no metrics involved here. Yeah, Becky's got it. Richard's got it. Catherine's got it. Yeah. These are just different records, right? This first one is HGR 17500, and the second one is IDM 17500. So just coincidence that they happen to have the same ID. At any rate, we need to find this template and build a report from it. And you can do that just by clicking on its icon. And here is the report settings window. Back in the text, specifically on page 721, we give you a quick rundown of the tabs in this window. Right? Criteria, display, appearance, summary, print. That page is good reference, I think, for after this lesson, but we're actually going to walk through these tabs in the course of lecture to teach you how to just build the report. So good reference reading in that grid. It's high level though, so we're going to get into the nitty gritty details of actually building this report. And well, I think, let me double check. The text. Okay, good. So you might be tempted to think, well, okay, we got these tabs. We're just going to walk across them from left to right. And in many cases, yeah, probably will do that. You worry about the criteria and the display and then the appearance, etc. But we want to first just save this report and kind of give it a permanent existence. So we got to head all the way over here to this general tab, the very last one, and give this report a name. I think the text gives a suggestion, our initials and sample report. So I'll just put my initials, sample report, in for the name. And once you do that, you can click this save button. Now you can see up in the title bar the record we just created. So this is the HRX record now. Create a report. Still got a lot to do. Still haven't specified what we want it to do yet, but at least we give it a name and it'll stick around. We could find it in the analytics catalog. Another thing you can specify on this general tab, and this is actually what page 722 talks about really exclusively. It's not about naming the report. It's about deciding whether that report will be public or private. Public or private. And as you toggle between those two buttons, you'll see the rest of the screen changes. So let's say a couple words about what that means. First off, it requires additional security to create public reports. Whatever the details are, public means what public means. It means more folks can see this. It's not just you. So there are a lot of users out there that have the ability to create private reports, ones that are visible only to themselves, and that's it. They can't create public reports. The user we're logged in as can do both. So they can decide whatever it is. And I don't know that the text gives us any specific guidance here, but I'm going to go ahead and make mine public. I want other folks to be able to see this. And we'll talk more about how exactly that controls access in our security lesson later this week. But suffice it to say, down below here, there are report groups associated with this report and with its template. And if the users are in those groups, they will see the template and the report. Otherwise, they won't. That's what a public report means. If you switch it to private, I'll just do it temporarily now. Switching to private, that section goes away. We don't care about report groups anymore because nobody can see this but you. You do, though, get the option to share the report. So I can say, yeah, this is a private report, but there are some specific users that I want to have access to. Generally speaking, it's private, but these folks should see it. You do have that option if you make it private. Public, there's a similar section called share results. Since it's a public report, you're already sharing the report with somebody. That's what these groups are for. Here, you can actually share results. Like when I run this report, these groups or these users should be able to see the results. So a little bit of a difference in overall behavior there. Again, I'm going to leave mine as public, but doesn't really make a lot of difference. You can pick either one. And like I mentioned back in the text, page 722, we talk about private versus public reports and what it means to share results, share a report, all there. I believe that's all we're going to say about the general tab. So before I circle back and actually head to criteria, questions about what the general tab does, most specifically this choice of public or private. Raise your hand if you've got a question about any of that stuff. Well, Amelia, I see your question there, override. Which kind of override are you referring to? There's a couple of those on the screen right now. Okay, if you override the report group, does it nullify the report groups from the template? Yes, these are overrides. They are not in addition to. So if I put in some report groups here, I would potentially be taking away access to this report. They are overrides. They're not additional. All right. Well, let's head back then all the way to the criteria tab, the very, very first one. Oh, Kayvon's asking, can you convert an end user's private report to a public one? Potentially. If you have the security to do so, you can. That's probably not the best way to create public reports, but it can happen. You have the ability, you have the security to create public reports. You can make any report public. There will be a little question as to how you would access that report in the first place, but we'll touch on that later this week. All right, heading back to the criteria tab then. This takes us to the middle bottom of page 723. And let's see, I'm scanning ahead. Okay, I guess they don't give us any specific guidance, so I can do whatever I want in my report. Great. So criteria. Well, we can search right at the top. Find criteria, enter a search term, click the search icon to see what's available. Right now, there's some stuff here by default, but it's kind of boring, right? We just say basically all patients that are alive would qualify for this report. But let's add in some other stuff here. What criteria do I have? Let's see. How about, I don't know, I have the patient's state. Their employer state. Let's see. What do we have? How about BMI? Is that one everyone gets? Yeah, BMI. So BMI, I'll say we're looking for patients with a BMI greater than, say, 28. And voila, I've added a new criteria. I could keep adding more. Right, go up here, either search for a keyword or just scroll around. How about patient city? I'll say that they have to be in either Madison or Verona. And you can see the interface as I'm populating these things in here. We get to specify different things depending on what the criteria is. So for BMI, we got a relationship column and BMI. We could specify an exact one if we wanted to, but here I just said greater than some number. For the city, we just get a list. And for all of those, we can choose the logic. So I could go in here and say, this is a little silly, but I could say their city has to be Madison and Verona. That's a bad idea because you can't have two cities at the same time. So that'd be weird, but we have control over that. We can even make things custom logic if I wanted to. Again, pretty strange here for their city, but we can control that. This is for the criterion. Right? It says criterion logic. It's talking about whatever it's associated with. So these things we've entered for BMI and city, what should the logic be there? Or is the default usually what you want, but you can change it. Down to the very bottom, we also have report logic. So between the criteria, what should the logic be? And right now we're saying and. You know, want to see people who are living in either Madison or Verona and have a BMI greater than 28. We could swap that over to custom logic if we wanted to and incorporate something weirder. Or we can make it or logic, which would be another strange report. And usually and is the right choice here, the default. We can also, if we need to, add in some new criteria to this list. This is mentioned on page 723, the little exclamation point box there. But if I have the right security, I can come up here to the top, click that little magnifying glass to see the list of criteria. But at the very bottom of that list, I can add a new one. And I'm not going to walk too far down this path, but if I click that button, it's going to bring up the item browser. And it just says, okay, well, what item do you want to search on? And we just type it in there. So EPT is the master file, and then, again, whatever item we want to. I still need to talk about the date range, but I think that brings us to, through actually the bottom of 724. Talking about the logic itself and how you can control that between the criteria. Before I go on to talk about the date range, I'll just linger here. What questions do you have about the layout of this criteria tab, how you add new criteria, how you change the logic, anything you just saw me demo in the last few minutes? Raise a hand if you got a question about, I'll say anything on this screen except for date range. Okay, looks like folks are feeling pretty good. I see a question in chat. The properties, when we add a criteria, so let me bring that window up here. The properties section, is that the same things that are used in CERs? I think those are rules, right? I believe so. In general, though, these are just programming points. So it wouldn't be necessarily the exact same properties that you are familiar with in CERs, but they are that kind of thing. Basically, things that are just more complicated than a straight, look at this item and see what values are there. Okay, well, let me clear out something. I'm going to simplify this report. I'm going to get rid of the BMI and the city criterion that I just added. I'm going to stick with just the defaults. My patient base of all patients, that's basically doing nothing. Their living status is alive, okay? And, I'm only allowed to see things in whatever service areas I'm authorized for, so that will add in here. My question for you, look at the date range for this. It's the last month, so from today until a month ago. What effect does the date range have on this report? In other words, what does that mean? Given the criteria that we see here, what does it mean to say that the date range is the last month? Let me know in chat. How would you describe the results of this report based on that date range? So we have 2 votes saying it doesn't matter. I could put anything I wanted up there. It wouldn't make any difference. Maybe. And I think folks are hovering around. Really, what I wanted you to experience is that it doesn't really make sense what that date range would mean, right? Am I looking for patients that were alive sometime in the last month? Am I looking for patients that were alive at the start of the date range and still are? Am I looking for patients that are only currently alive? It's not really clear. And thankfully, the first couple of answers that came in were correct. This date range doesn't have any effect on the report. I could literally put in any date range I want, literally any dates up there, and it would not change what this report is doing. Because this report is saying, show me the patients that are alive. Show me patients that are, if I go look at them, they are alive in our system. Dates don't really come into that until, as a couple of folks pointed out, we add in things like BMI that are over time criteria. They have this little clock icon next to them. That means, okay, now the date range does matter. It doesn't matter for whether the patient's alive or not. It doesn't care about time there. But now, yeah, their BMI had to be greater than 28 at some point in this date range, or in this case, the last month. And that leads us into a kind of bigger discussion about what is the reporting workbench search engine really doing? The default ad hoc search engine, how does it process the criteria in a report? And maybe more importantly, why does it do it that way? I think there are some spots to this where it's a little non-intuitive. So I'm going to chat through what you see on page 725. I guess we've already gone through the first couple paragraphs there. But I'm going to chat through that to, again, give you a sense of what the engine is really doing. And let's see. Well, let's just dive into the 3-step process we have down there. So middle of page 725, I'm going to be chatting through these 3 steps. That is how the ad hoc search engine actually works. I'm going to do that by showing you some visuals that are related to the images you have on 725 and 726. So might want to scroll around a little bit as I'm demoing this stuff. But in any case, ad hoc search engine, we run the report, it starts running. First thing it does is filter on record level items. The items that are stored at the level of the record, they're not contact specific. And it just runs through all the records, just checking. Do you meet all these criteria? Do you meet all these criteria? Goes on, in this case, looks like 2 of the 3 records made it, but the 3rd one didn't. We throw it out. Okay, well, now we've finished step 1. Step 2 is finally going to bring in that date range. It's saying, okay, now only select the contacts that fall within whatever the date range for the report was. In our case, it was the last month. So, okay, we go through all those contacts, throw out any that just didn't happen. They weren't there in the right range. And now, finally, now that we're down at the contact level, we filter on the contact level items. We go through those characteristics and say, okay, well, what should qualify? And here in this case, we lose one contact and get 3 returned. I'm going to pause here. I want to say a little bit more about that engine. I'm going to pause here. What questions do you have about that 3-step process by which first record level items are filtered, then the date range is applied, then contact level items are filtered? Raise your hand if you have a question about that 3-step process on page 725. Again, the pictures I was clicking through have more labels and annotations and some specific information on page 25 and 26. And you see at least one hand going up here. Let's see, a couple questions. Both come into chat. That's okay, but in general, put them in Q&A so we can give you the answers afterwards. Randy's just got a comment here saying that this is helpful because they were looking back on some previous reports, kind of seeing why they took so long. And this kind of explains it. The system was looking through every EPT first, then doing additional filtering. I have to say that is report specific. In general, even when Workbench is running through this record level item stuff, a lot of times it doesn't actually iterate through every record. There's an index out there. It doesn't have to actually search everything to do that. But in the absence of that, it has to go through everything. Becky's question is, let's see. So if the date range is applied after records are selected, like in our case would be living patients, are we looking at patients that were alive at any point in that time range? No. In our report, step 2 never happened. There was no date range. There were no contact level items. So step 2 did not matter. It is genuinely true that you could make this date range up here anything you want. It would not affect, well, it would affect the report now because I have an overtime criterion, but in the absence of this BMI, it literally would just return living patients. It would never even process the date range or any contact level stuff. Okay. Looks good. I'm not seeing any other hands going up here. Great. And just to give kind of a quick shout out, it's like, that's what it does. That's what the search engine actually, the steps it goes through. Why does it do this? There's sort of a weird thought experiment that one of the Cogito trainers came up with that I think actually does kind of hit to the core of why the engine does what it does. And here it's asking you to imagine that you're in some massive library and somebody says, hey, I need red covered fictional books by Voltaire with the words best of all possible words somewhere between page 80 and page 100. Weird request, but like that's what they want. The position that you would be in that moment is really what Hyperspace and Chronicles is in when you click the run button on a report. There's some long requests. Okay, go find these things. There's a lot of data out there. Good luck. Well, it tries to do that as efficiently as it can. In this scenario, I would have a lot of questions for the person who goes to the first book on the shelf, pulls it off, turns to page 80, and reads until page 100 to see if best of all possible worlds is there. I mean, that process would, in theory, work. It would just be really inefficient because you're probably looking through a lot of books that are not red covered, that are not fictional or not by Voltaire. So filter those first, right? Filter the things that don't require you to open the book, narrow it down. So like in this case, red covered fictional books by Voltaire. Well, we're out here, we're gone here. I guess there's red on this cover, so I don't know. Oh, that's the purple Voltaire. Maybe that's not. That wouldn't be fiction, and iRobot has nothing to do with it. So like right now, oh great, now I'm just down to 2 books that I have to do this kind of tedious page by page process. In Chronicles, that would just be contact searching. It's just slower. We want to search as few contacts as possible, and by evaluating without the date range first, then bringing it in if we need it, helps things run a bit more efficiently. Do need to call out, this is on page 726 at the bottom, that these rules do have exceptions in that not every reporting workbench report uses the ad hoc search engine for good reason. For instance, not all master files even have overtime items. A couple examples we give you in here. One is the professional billing transactions, ETR records. They have no overtime items. That doesn't mean you can't ask things about dates. You know, which transactions did we post in some date range? That's still a reasonable question, but the ad hoc search engine wouldn't be able to figure that out. It would just sort of say, well, there's no contact level information here, so report date range doesn't matter. That's just an indication that, you know, yeah, there needs to be some other engine involved here. And we even go on to say that, you know, that's the ad hoc search engine and this little exception for master files without overtime. Even that isn't the full story. It does cover a lot of the bases, but there are some weirder report templates out there that might even have a parameter in the report that says, how do you want me to interpret the date range? I think the example here is orders. Yeah, orders. They have a lot of dates associated with them. So when you filter on a date range, it's not obvious without more information which one you meant, right? Like, was it when the order was placed, when it was like a refill for a medication, when the refill was written, when you charged for it? Like, there's lots of dates involved, and you'll see parameters in reports that are just that. What's your date range mean? So big picture, there are exceptions to this. We're only describing the most common situation that we find in the ad hoc engine. I believe we go on to remind you that reports are then record or contact based. So after the search runs, after we go through that process of item filtering and contact filtering, then at the very end, we decide, well, am I going to display 1 row per record that I found or 1 row per contact that I found? So really just a review of what we saw just a little while ago, saying that that's when that step happens. With that, though, we are brought to our second exercise of this lesson. It starts at the bottom of page 727. And it's going to have you kind of front and center address the impact or the effect of a date range on a report. We're going to have you open up a couple of existing reports and sort of compare and contrast them. They're similar. They're both looking for basically patients with diabetes, but in different ways. Not a very long exercise. It stops right at the beginning of 728, so we won't be spending a ton of time here. But like the previous exercises, I'll bring up the exercise slide. I'll lower your hands. Let's see, is that page number? No, that page number is not accurate. Let me fix that. It is actually on page 7. Well, 727 is good. It's PDF page 165. There we go. All right. So again, when you finish up that exercise, let us know by raising your hand. And as you think of questions, type those in the Q&A. Talk to you in a little bit. Hey, everybody. I saw at least one person mentioning that there's an error when they're running the report. It's fine if you can't actually run it. I would recommend just opening up its report settings window and looking at the information here. It'll have everything you need to kind of answer the exercise with the exception of viewing the results. So if you have any troubles, just look at the report settings window and you should be good to go. Looks like folks are wrapping up pretty quick, so we're going to take just one more minute on this exercise, one more minute, and then we'll come back together. All right, so let's take a look at the main idea from that exercise. So here's the patients with diabetes on problem list results here. And if I open up the report settings window, we can see pretty quickly that there are no overtime criteria, no little clocks down here. So yes, the date range did say the last 3 months, but I can see here in the background that like, yeah, that's not true. We would have patients with future encounters, but I'm sure if I scrolled around, there'll be ones farther in the past. Yeah, we've got ones way back in 2017. So did it care about the date range? No, it didn't, because there were no contact level items filtered here. The other report, though, encounter diagnosis of diabetes, here, if I open up report settings, I will see a clock. So this diagnosis by grouper criterion does very much care about the date range. And okay, it still lasts 3 months. If I look here in visit date, yeah, all of these were happening in the last 3 months. So the date range mattered here in a way that it did not matter back in our diabetes on problem list report. Pause here. I'm going to lower your hands. What questions do you have about the ad hoc search engine, about how the date range is used, or about how it's not used in certain contexts? There was a couple of folks were asking about, here, I can bring it up in this window, this authorized service areas thing, like values determined when a report is run. If you show the search summary, I think we can get to from that first panel. Oh, I thought it would say what it actually was. We'll actually show you a tool later this week where you could view the specific values for that. The idea being that users cannot see all data everywhere in your deployment of Epic. They are only authorized to view data from certain service areas. So the system will search for all the stuff and then say, all right, I'm only going to show them the patients that were from whatever service areas we're allowed to see. Not something you have to worry about too much here in class. It is just kind of a default thing that's included there. It is not an overtime criterion, though, so it would not affect the date range. All right. Let's see. So we're coming in towards the end of class here. I think I'll be able to knock out one more tab, and then we'll call it a day. So let's take a look at the display tab. This is on the bottom of page 728 in your companion. And I'm going to head back to my demo reports. I'll go back to the catalog and your sample report. Head there, and I'll open that up. You can just watch. That's totally fine. So we were just on criteria. Now we're moving over to display, and it's probably what you expected it to be. It's saying, all right, well, here are the columns that are available in this template. Here are the columns you have currently selected to be displayed. What do you want to do with that? Do you want to remove some stuff? Maybe I don't care about their PCP anymore, but maybe I do care about their MyChart status. I can add that in. I can also click this add button and add in a new column. Does require us to find it or create it. So in here, I can search for existing columns. I could type in a keyword, but it's way easier to click this advanced tab and type in the master file and item that you're interested in. So I don't know, maybe I'll do EPT 60. That's the patient city. I can say, all right, search. Here are the columns that are out there that currently display this item. Realistically, I would probably use one of those, but let's pretend I didn't see anything here. None of these match the need that I'm trying to meet here. So then I can go over to create new column, give it a name, my initials, patient city. Once I name it, I can click accept, and it will bring me to the column editor, wherein it already filled in the item for me. It did that because I searched for it first and then went to create it. So it's assuming that's the item I want. I could change it if I needed to. This item list will show you all of the items in EPT, so I could say something else if I wanted to, but it filled in automatically. Everything else you see on the screen is mostly just formatting options for the column. I believe we do have a little bit of reference text about that stuff on 730. If you're curious, most of it is fairly self-explanatory. And again, the most important part is getting it to display the data that you want correctly. So here I've got a column, EPT60. I can click accept. It will add that column to the list of available columns. Doesn't add it to the report just yet. It's not sure if you want it right away, but now we can go in and say, yeah, include their city as well, this custom column. Probably worth calling out that these available and selected columns, they are records in their own master file, PAF. PAF records are columns. So we did that build just then. I created PAF record 101410. That's one of the reasons why I probably should use an existing column if I can, instead of creating a new one, because it will stick around and potentially be confusing to folks. So realistically, I would have picked the city column that was already out there, but I wanted to demo what it was like. Let's see. Yeah, so I guess the getting to the column editor, making your own columns, that started on page 729. And that's really all I've got to say about this display tab. Okay, let me pause here. What questions do you have about how we control the columns on a report? Or I'll open the floor to just questions about reporting Workbench or the content today as it's been presented so far. We're coming right into the end of class this morning, so we'll cast a pretty wide net. So raise your hand if you got a question about, again, most recently the columns in a report, or anything else you want to get information about before we wrap up. Amelia is asking, how did the Slicer Dicer session get into the Explore tab? It's always there. That's a relatively new addition, but you'll always have this. It is not a separate Slicer Dicer session, technically. It is just the results in that report presented to you kind of with the interface of Slicer Dicer on top of it. But there's nothing special we had to do there. We didn't have to enable anything or specify a session. It just comes along for the ride. Let's see. Brett's asking the difference between a couple of columns. Were those on the sample reports, city and city indexed? Not instantly familiar with either of those. Oh, maybe you're in the column editor. Let's see, EPT60. I'm not seeing what you're finding there. Oh, you mean the item EPT60 and 61, right? Oops, shouldn't be that, 61. Yeah, I guess I would use the same tools you would to investigate that. So item editor. EPT61. Let's see, a normalized index copy of the patient city. So it looks like just a column on which we have some index. Yeah, I guess I don't have any particular insight beyond what you're seeing on the screen here. I'm guessing probably EPT60 is not indexed. And it is not. So yeah, we just have an index copy of it. Not totally uncommon to see that in Chronicle, especially in the older master files. Okay, well, that's the end of our time together today. You can feel free to sign out. No new content is coming. I'll stay on for a few more minutes in case somebody has any lingering questions, things you want to chat about. But that is everything for today. Tomorrow we'll switch up. Rebecca will take over lecture, finish up the last bit of reporting Workbench, and take us into some new things. But again, feel free to stick around for a little bit if you got some questions. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow.